Отказалась от мечты. Там-тарам-там. Там-там-тарам. Там-там-тарам. Так. Исследование, сэр Бентклифф. Так, давайте будем зырить. Происхождение волком ткани.
That is not the one I... That is...
Что тогда? Криминалистика.
That is not...
Знаки, символы.
That is not the one I need. That is not...
Работа в Египте.
That is not...
Это не единоборство.
That is not... That is...
А что же тебе
That
надо?
is... That is not the... That is not...
Значит, это не здесь. Не в газетах, а в энциклопедиях, скорее всего.
That is not the one I need. That is not the... That is...
Я не врубаюсь вообще, что делать.
That is not...
Раз у нас есть год, значит, это есть в газете.
Here it is.
Ну да.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
Угу. Что там у нас на очереди? Оплавленный металл найден. Требует анализа. Все требует анализа.
On the sofa for the third time today. Well, don't be surprised if Watson sits on...
Исследовать грязь.
Pyrite, otherwise known... Selenite.
Как что такое?
White clay particle. Interesting. According to the color and its Now,
Давай глянем.
I need to find which area near... The sample of dirt belongs to the White London...
Исследовать кровь.
Let us analyze this. This blood has not coagulated well. Let us see what is inside it. I must take a pipette and place. I must take a pipette and. Water. This blood is heavily diluted with water. This is a piece of metal. It appears to be silver, but if it is silver, it will be possible to melt it. Let us compare this sample with a silver penny by testing it. If it changes color to I must take a The reaction is the same red stain. My analysis table. It is useful for my work. On the sofa for the third time today. Well, don't be... This is where I keep my post.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Так, теперь надо в Скотланд-Ярд. Пока что ничего не кажется.
Good day to you, Mr. Holmes.
An old and rather...
Старая грязная монета.
This ring was most likely the one...
Когда входом в парилку на кольце должно быть
An Egyptian symbol. It is a very...
очень древнее украшение.
An Egyptian symbol.
И египетское кольцо. Кольцо причем...
I see the join. This ring was repaired and...
Why on earth would they wear...
A very per...
Очень уместный вопрос.
A hand-drawn...
Карта. Рукописная карта.
Rodney Bentcliffe's notebook.
Может быть, что-то интересное.
The last page. We must find a way of To begin with, a few strokes of the pencil.
Сегодня номер это было.
And then to gently smudge the leftover pencil marks with a hand.
Сегодня я практически нашел его, этот день войдет в историю. Речь, наверное, о кольце.
Mr. Holmes, the coroner... But what are you doing? Tampering with the evidence?
I prefer to make them talk. Today, I almost found it. This...
Wonderful.
I could retrieve only the final words. The rest of it is lost. Perhaps the autopsy will assist us in that matter.
I'm not sure that I can allow you to inspect the body now.
I am sure that you
А я
must.
уверен, что стоит. Типа он сел, что ли? Доказательство.
An ordinary pen.
Вещи Гарл.
A file with her.
It's the St. John's wort flower, Holmes.
Горобой.
It's commonly used as a drug against melanoma.
Галлюцинация.
When Garrow found Sir Rodney dead,
Пачкался в крови. Визитная карточка.
Sir Gregory a fountain pen,
Золотым покрытием.
an embroidered silk.
Платок с вышивкой.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. A good day to you. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I am Tristram Garrow.
Жирный чувак. Что же ты нам... Спарина, не понял, что значит. Плохо выбрит. Защитный амулет. Грязная одежда. Мешки под глазами, ваша профессия.
What is your occupation?
I am a counsellor at the district chamber.
What were you doing at the baths?
Well, I follow the researches. I am interested in archaeology.
You follow them.
Yes, so many things happened and we need to know. Or perhaps it's better hidden.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Garrow.
I meant nothing by that. I apologise.
Sir Rodney.
What was it like to work with Sir Rodney?
It was like working with a genius. He was a hard man, but then you know this world is hard. There are always people who want to steal from you. And he trusted me, but oh,
Are you feeling unwell?
I'm sorry. It is I remember. Oh, I feel so sorry.
Do you need anything?
I feel bad. I hear. No, nothing. I'm better now. His ring. Oh, it should be destroyed.
Why do you say that?
It is a cursed ring, digging dark secrets.
Really?
It is after me now. I know it.
Please try to recall what you saw today.
The room was so hot. I had to remove my glasses. I was not.
But you found the bot.
I saw the knife, you know, flying through the air. I saw the.
Saw the knife? What?
Everything was as if in a night.
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behaviour?
Well, he had been rather secretive these past few days. When he returned, it was very late. He showed me some wet coins, Roman coins. This is the coin that he showed me.
It must be very rare.
No,
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
it didn't help. The power is too strong.
Там были монеты.
Thank you. Thank you. This will help me to calm down.
Do be careful with the dosage.
I will.
I mean it. Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
What? No.
Garrow appears to be rather mentally disturbed. Either that or he is a good actor. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I am assisting the police with their investigation. Would you mind if I asked?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. My name is...
What is your...
I'm an archaeologist, specializing in the Roman period. I'm working on several Well, we're hoping to retrieve a great many interesting artifacts from...
And has it been successful?
It has.
Сосредоточенный взгляд внимателен. Подтяжками. Мозоли. Грязная одежда.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney?
Well, I couldn't say that he was a kind man.
Was it your...
I had met Sir Rodney briefly once in... Surprisingly, my work did convince him to come here.
surprise?
Well, Sir Rodney was... God.
Can you tell me what you...
Well, we entered the steam room and we all went... I just heard Mr. Garrow shouting, but we all ran for the door and bumped into each...
What did you...
Well, the door was stuck, and with all the steam, it was...
Do you believe that Garrow...
Oh, no.
Гармухи не обидится. Ваша работа.
How well were your researchers progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather well.
Нормально.
This letter reveals that Sir Gregory was...
Yes. But since Sir Rodney's arrival, he had calmed...
What will happen?
Well, I hadn't thought about that.
Но если
But
потребуется,
if
я буду
it's needed,
хорошо
I will fight.
ожиданием.
Can you recall any recent event that would occur to you now?
Well, yesterday...
Is that...
No. Sir Rodney informed me that he was to attend. Then he advised me of quite the...
Do you recognize...
Certainly. It's the famous swan ring. Sir Rodney brought it back from his...
And he kept...
Sir Rodney has... had...
Все представления.
What can you tell me about Garrow?
Well, he always looks so sad. And he has been acting strangely. I will keep an eye on him because I...
We discovered some melted silver in the...
No. Silver?
Did you place the bottle...
No, I didn't.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, Sir Gregory. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder that...
Tell me, Mr. Holmes, will I need to stay here for very much longer?
You are the manager of the baths, is that correct?
Yes, I'm passionate about archaeology. Living archaeology can be a profitable business, although now I'm not so sure.
I see. When do you...
When the archaeological researches are over,
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney Bentcliffe?
we were not particularly close. He had an unpleasant temper. People possessed by genius may be forgiven for their nature, but not by me.
Was he?
Not at all. Everything he did led us to greater success. He helped us in...
Please tell me what happened this morning.
The test that we performed this morning was a success. The steam was working well. But then, of course,
What did you see?
the steam was too thick to see anything. But ask Garrow, he saw the...
Had Sir Rod...
Look, I'm not a suspicious fellow, but I think that he had...
Why should you think that?
I have no idea.
How was the work
Rather slowly, I would say.
Sir Gregory, could you please explain this letter? You expressed the wish to call off the research work at the baths.
It was all about Blinkhorn. He was merrily digging away and taking very little care about it, ruining everything and finding nothing of any value.
But the arrival of Sir Rod...
Sir Rodney's work was extremely promising, and it was good for...
Some melted silver was found inside the...
Silver?
Are you aware that Mr. Garrow is under a form of medication?
Garrow? No.
Do you believe him to be...
Well, he did have blood on him. Does that make him a...
Did you bring a bottle of...
Absolutely not. Sir Rodney...
I'm not sure that I can be...
Do you have something else to ask me?
An unusual wound, inflicted by a curved knife. According to the coroner, there were no cardiac problems nor lung congestion, but there were traces of...
The bruising is in lines. Some light bruising, they were caused by a rope around the waist.
The coroner observed no stomach nor liver disease, if we're to accept that Sir Rodney was... What should we do next, Holmes?
Now we have two maps. Watson, pack your bag. We are visiting a location.
I'm always...
This archaeological site has been abandoned. This is the map of the site. The door has been left open. Vulcan, the god of fire. The Cyclops, a one-eyed creature. Construction hooks. Construction hooks. Neptune, the god of the sea. It is a statue of Minerva. It is a broken statue of a bull. This is the map. The Gastrophetes were... The door has been left open. This is a reproduction. This is a reproduction. This is a... This railway is used to remove rubble from the site. This wall was covered with mud recently. What could be hidden? This wall was covered... excavating tools. I don't need the ropes for now. I can see now. Frigidarium. It is located at the Roman Baths in London.
We don't have many. Have you found something interesting?
Mr. Holmes, we've cleared the
Thank you.
All these events are bad for the baths, and my job.
Perhaps I could find some clues by activating the flagstones. A hidden symbol. symbol. A hidden... Now I have all the clues to help me find where these symbols are leading. All I need is imagination. The signs are pointing.
What is this place?
I am unsure, Watson, but everything... A broken glass plate. What? How very peculiar.
Why would Sir Rodney have...
A sack of crude salt. Mithras, the god, clothed in Anatolian costume. This fresco resembles... This shoe is not from the Roman era. It is medieval at best. This man...
How dreadful. Judging by the broken orbit, by the eye he was punished, for he saw... What should we do next, Holmes?
Mummified bodies. We're in some type of catacomb. Mummified bodies. Mummify. A shovel. The pillar collapsed a long time ago. The fire casts a shadow. It resembles a bull. That is the symbol. It is very similar to... This shadow seems to represent a bridge. The shadows show us the way to go. We will...
Турутун. Такс.
My archive. On the sofa for the third time today. There are 12 pieces here. Let's try to...
Это должно быть сверху, это должно быть снизу. Это подходит, вот это не подходит.
I will count this piece. I will count this piece.
А, ёпта. Их еще и крутить можно. А я-то думал. Ну. А, нет, вот. Ага. Мгм.
It is a mold,
Оп.
and it is ready for casting. The mold is prepared for casting. We just need to... Sir Rodney has made a weak... He seemed unafraid of... Half a glass of water should be enough to... Now let us see what we have here.
Клевый нож.
This knife is very similar to that described by the coroner as the weapon.
You should not leap to any hasty conclusions, Wat.
Гора.
Done. Watson, could you... Thank you, Watson. Now I must use
sir.
reagent.
И соли. И мороженое. Мороженый десерт недолго перед римлянами. После соленой воды. Я помню, там что-то было такое.
Ice. Salt. Ice cream. Sir Rodney. Ice cream in the pyramids of... Another archaeologist.
So that's it. Salt and crushed ice may help to create.
My analysis table. It is...
Да. А где же нам нож-то изготовить?
If I wish to shape the ice knife, ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need, before beginning, I must remember that I have enough ice and salt for no more than 4 attempts. Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to read. I think that ice should be added. A block of ice. I have ice.
Holmes, look. The temperature is reducing.
A block of ice. Ice, salt. Ice. Ice. We cannot be making it correctly.
А что если...
If I wish to shape the ice knife, an ice knife.
It's the perfect...
Let us try to create an object. It will take a minute to melt the silver with my gas burner. Done. Now I can proceed further. The mold is hot. I should wait for it to cool down. Done. A homemade silver knife. Excellent. We have created a knife.
It was extremely clever to create a weapon that...
Вполне возможно. Итак, что у нас на очереди?
My archive. This is where I keep my post. My archive.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Значит, мы отправляемся в Сент-Лукас. Крюки мы забираем. Потом мы собираем арбалет. У нас, по идее, получается сюда.
This is a The gastrofets were used with ropes and hooks for sieges.
собрать
The gastropher. This is a This is a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow.
Нам нужны веревки, наверное. БК мы уже посмотрели.
This is a
Блять.
We should use these metal rings. We should use... I should use the appropriate object here. I should... I should use... I should use... I should use... I should... I should use... Those rings on the bridge are perfect targets. This one is ready.
Очень хорошо.
This one is ready.
Firing a gastrophysic.
The bridge is ready.
Oh. 'Cause 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 'cause
Да, что такое? Да что такое?
Watson, come here. I have found something.
Цепь. Или же это какой-то такой своеобразный древний лифт? В
Are
подвал,
we
в
inside the
туалет.
hidden temple of Mithras, Holmes?
I am not sure. I saw this symbol in the tunnels underneath the Frigidaire.
Which way should we go, Holmes?
There ought to be some. I saw this. I saw this. I saw this. I saw this.
Отсюда мы пришли. Тут есть лестница наверх. Тупик. Здесь тупик. Может быть, какая-то закономерность? И... Ебать.
golden knife. But how to get it? This lamp is not old. The oil is still fresh. Perhaps Sir Rodney passed.
No, I do not think so. Remember, he went no further than the...
What are we using?
Watson, I need your help. Golden Knife of Mithras, a long-lost relic. Excellent. Now,
This mechanism seems inactive. Most likely the door it controls has already been opened. I cannot leave Holmes trapped here alone, even though he...
It's a trap. Так. Продолжаем. Сейчас специалист.
My archive. I can all...
I'm always wondering what...
Что просто мне Холмс. Ты убил? Ледяной нож.
I'm feeling rather uncomfortable. Why have I been put into these cuffs?
I fear that you had better get used to them, Mr. Blinkhorn. They are your reward for the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe.
What? No, that's a lie.
It is regrettable, for you are a talented archaeologist. I will request that you are placed in a prison where you are unable to dig an escape tunnel. That is, of course, if they decide that you shall live. The consulting detective who salutes your intelligence in performing the perfect crime, yes, but also the gentleman who detests your motivation.
You know nothing.
You wish to be the one who would reveal this to the world.
Is that the golden knife? How?
I also like to dig, you see. I only followed your trail. Such a pity that there is always someone willing to steal your credit, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
And there was the chance of a lifetime. You had to take it. It was not to be shared. But now I am here, and there is no one who will stop the tread of justice, Mr. Blinkhorn. Goodbye.
Разрешить. Люди, решившие делать так же, как и вы. Люди, сделавшие такой же моральный выбор. Большинство. А большинство временами не всегда. Хотя зависит от случая. Опять-таки.
The game is afoot, not a word. Into your clothes and come. I'll wait for you in the sitting room. I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade, a letter from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence. Whenever he has asked for my assistance, it has always turned out to be entirely justified. I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine this letter than to try to convince you.
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look. The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look. The letter...
This is where I keep...
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look. The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's. A wax seal with... I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he... The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
Окей.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always, it appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
Поехали.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes.
Yes.
His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright, in the dining room.
All right, I'm going...
Very good.
Вот сон. Выход с сон.
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace.
I am sorry for your loss.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not...
Ей дали по башке. Ровный кэш, супер дорогая. Элегантная. Руки. Руки. Старые синяки.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one.
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
The bruises on your hands are at least...
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is...
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about past. Before I went upstairs,
Please.
as I approached, close behind one of them,
And
when I came to my...
he...
Yes,
Did these three...
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard.
Your ladyship?
Ladyship.
Teresa,
Certainly, sir.
Морщина.
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by...
and...
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. That's all I...
Это все, что я знаю. Она якобы спала все это время.
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa...
В каком именно?
This pho...
Что мы можем посмотреть? Роков Гибралтар.
So the lady and her maid...
Nice.
A trapper's hut. The description of the...
Так, окей.
These scratches are... This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be...
Открыть его. Давай, иди открывай. Сейф.
Lady Brackenstall,
No, it is my husband.
we have to open... Your ladyship?
Мы должны открыть его.
Let us try to... This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number. It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind antique coins, possibly of value.
каша физическая. Вызывает серьезные опасения. Беды с башкой.
Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Lord Ramsay Brackenstall. Baron Lin.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
Начал мы вас
The hunting scene.
Кря.
These wine bottles are expensive. This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting. These wine. An empty silverware box. It appears.
По поводу сломанных... Ничего не скажет.
The hunting scene.
Здесь есть что-то еще.
This can.
Не могу ничего найти.
A deer hunt. A decanter. Chateau Calon-Ségur. This glass has some wine trace. There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine... This glass has some wine. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses...
Один стакан мы можем забрать с собой на анализ. Потому что, вероятно, он был с отравой.
So, Watson, what have you...
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing...
A fur trader's cabin.
Так, начнем осмотр.
Quite a large stick, a formidable weapon.
Да.
Barefoot. He had therefore been in bed. That must be the murder weapon. The head was cracked with the...
Тяжестью.
It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it. This door leads to the upstairs bedroom. Antique hunting weapons.
The death was...
Смерть была мгновенной.
What do you know?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. To the point that we were forced to intervene several...
Избежать скандала.
There are 3 glasses.
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers.
Your ladyship?
Ladyship.
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behaviour.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead, but a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was specially hard for her.
Не обязательно. Замуж корпус прибытия оказалась заперта дома. Вряд ли она или ее больше по закончике либо еще в состоянии болтарского закаля. Смерть произошла из-за несчастного случая на взлетном каменном шаге. Помогла вот. Что у нас там еще по уликам? Место преступления в гостиной. С местом преступления мы еще не закончили. Окей.
A hunter's cabin.
Hunter's cabin.
Antique hunting weapon.
Они взяли.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
Шнур или чё? Так, что еще?
This house feels rather sinister. I can't say that I like. This case is a simple one, isn't it, Holmes?
Lord Brigham Brackenstall.
Не понимаю.
Have you found any interesting clues yet, Mr. Rudd?
Мистер Аун.
Please leave my Mary.
A bottle of wine. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only... Sailor's knots. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent. I will take it with me. This is the...
По поводу гончей, это, конечно, сильно. В качестве гончего было использовать вашу собаке
A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful. A map of London. My archive. I can always consult with it if needed. Let us see how the rope was. The fibers at the end of the rope are. Let us try to find out what. The fibers from this cut appear to be. The fibers from this cut appear. If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
Someone should take Toby for a walk. Someone should take Toby.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to me. Search, Toby. The intruders entered the shed for some reason. The scent leads to the well. I should check it. The intruder's trail is lost behind. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route. There's something glittering at the bottom. I need a hook. If only I had something with which I could lift that up. The wheel handle is old and... This hook. Small gardening tool. This old suitcase sounds... Bags of seed. Silverware. This is hardly a... The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we... Inspect...
You are a
In the...
Excuse
You...
Rather absurd. What is the...
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thief... We found...
Oh, that's good news.
In... We found your silverware,
Is that true? I am...
your ladyship. Here it is. The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist. Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than...
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins. This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which... And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
До 7 ноября.
I do not think that this sailor has any connection to the case. I do not think that Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
Через 2 дня.
I do not. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Не причастен. Эрнст Дживус Генри Джек Крокер.
I do not think.
Гиберт Уильям.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he can.
Причастен Генри Саутворд. Джек Крокер, Чарльз.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. I do not think that this sailor has any connection to the case.
Case.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime.
Генри. Герберт Уильям Генри.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be in. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Уильям.
This officer was on a ship that sailed. Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor.
Нам надо его найти. Звоним в Скотланд-Ярд.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him. Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Home...
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for...
Yes, it is important that we talk.
Грязные штаны. Не женат. Морской нож. То есть он нам вряд ли будет. Газетные чернила.
You are acquainted.
Yes, I think I do remember her. From when I was...
It seems your relationship.
How?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love.
Explain.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper.
You... And what?
That evening, you were with.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides...
You would be right if...
What?
Lady Brackenstall, and it was you.
You call that evidence?
Yes, as she was
So, it's a sailor who's done it. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder,
at.
it was an emergency. There was a leak.
I'm
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do?
No, there is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor. So, we must work with what we have.
Now I understand why you dissected.
Казание Крокера, капитан Крокер. Вице-капитан. Совершение преступления в целях осуждать эту несчастную женщину. Я вращаю, окей.
Ladies, I know the full story.
Mr. Holmes,
No, madam,
It is no use. Your husband was a violent man, a cruel man. However, your mise en scène to divert suspicion...
the truth is often
Not...
What will you tell Inspector?
He will find nothing, as he handed the... Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped us.
What? Do you mean to tell me...
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious that the crime was committed by...
You really?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs.
If they exist?
You'll find someone, I have no doubt of it.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Да.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Она же не
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
What are we doing, Holmes?
Let us find some.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. We are investigating the theft of plants.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favor for a friend.
I am Martin Hamish. I am the deputy.
I am delighted to meet you.
They were rare and exceptional. We haven't removed the stand yet. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the
No.
No? But I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to get.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look.
Yes, the one just behind me. Albert!
How many people?
Only myself. But occasionally two.
У нас есть еще 2 подозреваемых.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plant. It seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago...
What tragedy?
The director of Kew Gardens.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. Oh dear. Our condolences.
You say that he died.
Holmes.
Yes. Just here. Near the door to the collection. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve.
Of course.
What should we do next? Do not touch.
The plants were here. All of them were... Here is a list of...
What should we do next, Holmes?
According to Albert, this is where his
Осколки.
soil. The soil on the side of this flower.
Так же, как и на полу.
Fragments of a
Попал сюда.
the
Сломанная рама.
ensconson.
Возле ручки. Значит, ее выбили, скорее всего.
The door was smashed at shoulder height.
Почему плечом?
This door handle is new. It was recently. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the colonial collection.
For sure.
These very strange. These the smell is strong. It is a detergent. This broken
Просто
a fragment of marble. Part of this greenhouse was. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. Water lily greenhouse. According to this, they have light and moist.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
For sure.
What? Palm house.
Да. Оп. Это я заметил. Чистые руки, и он тут работает. Либо он чистюля, либо он пиздобол.
Yes, but part-time only.
You're following in your father.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a...
Thank you, young man. We shall.
В архиве. Встретил свою смерть.
This pot was broken fair. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves. These trees, with their roots in water, must originate from.
Ah, yes.
Монтегю встретил свою смерть.
According to this, they have light and. The traces are thin. These boot marks are fresh. The footprints reveal that someone
То пошатываясь здесь. А шо он куды?
blood.
Сюда.
This sign is broken. Someone fell violently against this sign. All the clues around here are quite No, it wasn't like that. No, it wasn't like that.
Наверное, так.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
Теперь будем строить догадки. Нам надо в Скотланд-Ярд.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn.
It's ready.
Средим. Что ж, пойдем.
A beautiful a membership card for the... This watch is of... First of all, let us carry out an external examination. No redness, stain. The vessels and the pupil of the... There is an injury to the skull, most probably. The air from the lungs carries a... There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Nothing suspicious. Now, let us examine the internal organ. The lungs are congested and edematous. The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right. The heart's blood vessel. The heart tissue shows no...
Нормальное сердце.
The liver is enlarged. The liver the stomach tissues show there is a small amount of content.
Легко позавтракал незадолго до смерти. С печенью не все.
The liver tissue is brown. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague...
You mean...
Yes.
We should inform...
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that we need to locate that deadly plant.
Murder of any kind appeals to you.
No. We also have the people working at Kew Gardens.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish.
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson. It is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little. Locked. Locked.
Скотланд-Ярд, Бакер-стрит. Мы сгоняем сначала на Бакер-стрит.
That is not the one. That is... That is... That is not... That is... That is... That is... That is not...
Нет.
That is... That...
Во.
Here it is.
Someone should take Toby for a walk. Have you found something?
Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were Watson's new...
Так. Анализ дела. Так, осмотр. Недорогая оправа. Она не должна быть дорогой. Грязный воротник, потому что он возится с растениями. И все. Не женат. Ну, правильно, мозг еще работает. Руки садовника.
Mr. Hamish, can you
But, you're not sure then? Well, I am busy.
Albert told us about the...
Tragic indeed. His heart attack.
As deputy director...
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone. He was what some might call a man of... So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that.
You mentioned that...
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating.
And...
He had an eye...
What is your...
He's useless. I often tell him so. Botany is not his life's work.
He...
Oh, yeah.
Are you a...
Well, but then, while the lad was speaking, it was with the intent...
That must have...
Yeah, that is...
You mentioned...
She is a student who works here part-time. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the lab.
Why...
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not...
Tell me, Mr. Hamish...
You mean insectivorous?
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Colonial Collect... Director's Office. Palm House. Water lily. Dry. Ventilation. Seed. Nursery.
А, это не все.
Reserve. Nursery. Cologne. A map of Kew Garden. Locked. Locked.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Сальто.
Locked. Locked. Nest. A map.
Ой. Да хули ты под ногами-то мешаешься, блядь?
Seed house. Locked. Locked. Nursery. There is a smell of burning. A ventilation system. A ventilation. The symbol is a protective. Someone set it alight. A broom handle was half. The remains of a picture. The plants were set alight fairly recently. A door handle? Why would anyone... The door handle to the colonial collection, and that of the... Dry tro...
What?
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intent. The symbol is... Dry tropics. Water lily greenhouse. According to this, according
Кража, убийство как-то связано.
Who is Miss Margaret?
Ah, she is the young lady who's... In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work...
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens. And I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the Deputy Director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? Well, that is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the In fact, if we are to think logically at all...
Do you not have a good relation?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his...
I see. And how...
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted. He was convinced that my father was But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone.
Do you hold...
Yes, you can have them.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again.
Это пока что никак не связано.
Just be careful with...
Locked.
Да нет же, не локт, норм.
Champagne. Montague done. French wine.
Личные выражения.
Newspapers. A photograph of Mont...
Ну, давай откроем сейф. Ну, он какой-то симметричный, ёпта. Почему-то я прям уверен, что вот... Профессионал.
I suggest that we don't tell...
What should we do next?
Получается, они у него отрабатывали долг.
Locked. This is a table for experiments.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes. A phonograph used for...
Yes, this is quite a... I don't hear anything.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report. I don't hear anything.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish. Chemicals, a sufficient quantity. A botany. This student's book.
Альберту.
There was a bottle here. It left...
Gold dust? Good heavens.
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable...
But why would anyone perform such...
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Several drops of the substance. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect...
Нам надо притащить сюда
Locked.
собаку.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the...
It does not... Open.
And open.
Miss White's locker. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents. Apparently, Miss White. These jewels must be worth a small. A vanity purse. Martin Hamish. Father and I. A review on rare.
Да, последнее событие.
Martin Hamish. Albert's lock. A rejection letter from. Specialist article. Albert Dunn. Young Albert, standing with a...
Так, ладно. Идем сюда.
Locked.
Да уже не locked.
A thesis. A glasses. This area serves...
Martin Hamish.
An award. A master's... These young plants must be delicate if they are... These young... It is a bust. I am curious if the marble... Here it is. The marble fragment that we found... The seeds of plants... Lock. Open. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the colonial... Materials for college... A book about... These leather gloves are new and of this place.
Второй кабинет Альберта.
Good day to you, miss. You have some...
Why, thank you, sir.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name...
Yeah.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Garden.
Что-нибудь расследуйте. Дорогие духи. Отмечено. Плохо пыталась пила игры из бизнеса.
Yes, a theft of plant. Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
How well did you know Mr.
He was a master.
He had an...
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active.
Why?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best.
Most of the doors in Kew...
Oh, yeah?
Thank you. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why someone...
Нам в любом случае надо будет вернуться домой. Ты чё, как? Куда?
I perceive...
Passionate? No, not really.
Are you quite sure? You do not...
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
And yet I know that the royal...
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, he did his best.
Thank you, young man.
Так, там побазарим. Kew Gardens.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from...
Family? No, I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Пиздабол.
I do not think so.
He was, indeed. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life.
Did he get on well?
No, I couldn't say that. And it was all my father's work.
So Mr. Dunn was...
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. But the worst of it was, he'd famed...
There is a bust.
A bust? Oh, that old thing.
But why in that?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is strange, because I recovered...
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. I have no idea. Surely, do you have any more questions like this? Because...
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Бакер-стрит. Так, сейчас мы роемся в архиве.
That is... That is... That is... That... That is...
Где же брать эмблему-то? Ядерного за дворе это не символика, это глиф, а значит божественный. Во.
Here it is.
Синдикат есть.
The Divine Syndicate is not a...
Не был поставщиком. Эмблема. Горшки из меня.
That... Here it is.
Лондонское садовое оборудование. Божественный синдикат, 89 год.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful. Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Garden.
Сначала мы штуковин в Кью Гарденс, а потом поедем в сектантский переспаун.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search. Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
Бутылку.
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. There is still some liquid, a tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one.
Это мы забираем с собой.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Just be careful with the plot.
If I go there, Toby will wait for me in the cab.
This place is beautiful.
Let us find someone who could...
Да это же... Цель.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. The Kew Gardens symbol. A fragment of a flower pot. Good day to you, sir.
From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient. Therefore, please. There. Completed.
The green?
This is...
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated.
Татуировка дракона. Усы типичного китайца. Руки... Мозоли на кончик. Непонятно, чем они вызваны. Химическая жук.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Блять.
None. Not worthy there.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy there. None. Not worthy there.
Да.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of...
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them.
How so?
They're direct.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us, but he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in.
I see. So, if you... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters.
We should like to take a look around.
It is a human only and...
Green Grand...
What is the name of our lord, our god king?
Our god king's name is Treewan. Green...
Oh la, good. I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance.
But
Raw sap, it is called.
Избавляет от
well,
времени
we
жизни.
will leave you to your meditation. This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Praise the grand tree, praise...
This must be Treewan, the Divine Syndicate's god. Caterpillars.
Так это же те же самые, вероятно, гусеницы, которые мы на...
A tropical plant.
в бутылке, закопанной в земле.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical. These three plants. A tropical.
This green...
Нам надо на Бейкер-стрит.
This is... Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to...
Провести анализ.
This is the bottle that we found.
А чё так дохуя-то?
A colorless, water-based... Quite a strong floral aroma.
Yeah.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars?
So what...
It is some kind of organic compound.
Противый, посмотрим, что получится. Да, давайте посмотрим.
Let us determine just what we have found here.
Порошочек.
Small, colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water.
Of course.
Wagner's reagent. There was a label.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle.
Let me add the reagent. And I need to take a pipette and... Red sediment. Just as this liquid... This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying...
The... Секта. Да не.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our... According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our...
Одобрение. Где взять одобрение?
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. What should we do next, Holmes?
We should go to Kew Gardens.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
Хотя... Наверняка она знает за божественный
The Divine Syndicate.
Not at all.
Thank you, miss.
What should we...
Ну что ж, пойдем тогда сюда.
Tell me. Thank you, young man. We shall see you again.
Ой. Такс. Где взять удобрение? Сюда.
Do not...
A ventilation system. It...
Где взять удобрение?
The seed... These young...
These young.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
Итак, смотрим. Наверное, стоит китайцам еще раз сгонять.
That should be the... This is right.
My word, Holmes.
A vast amount of... These instruments are used...
Курение опиума.
This perfect. This... That would be enough to perform... That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. That would...
И теперь у нас есть удобрение. Ой.
I imagine that one of the... I shall begin... This is a strange and a prickly plant. A carnivorous plant. I find the behavior of predators. This plant seems to... I find the behavior of... This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. It appears to open after being soaked. It closed again. I believe I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent. It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed. No reaction. It appears to have... It appears to open after being... No reaction. This... It closed again. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate. No reaction. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. This plant seems to have had no... This plant... It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed. Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly...
Let us take our caterpillars to the colonial...
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us invest...
Кьюгарден.
Can you tell me
Yes, of course. I met... He appeared
what were you?
after paying multiple visits to... Suddenly I observed that Mr... I clearly remember that it was around...
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Your father's death does seem...
Suspicious. Ah, these Latin names.
Did you see?
Yes, he came here with Mr.
And then...
Nothing. They stayed. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the drive.
And Mr. Hamish...
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Can you tell me what Miss...
I can, but there is nothing very... Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit.
And...
Well, he came in to say good morning. After that, he ran out in the direct... He was always in a rush during the inspection.
And that was...
Yes. I stayed in the... I joined them as soon as I could.
What exactly...
I was recording an experiment. I only stopped my work once.
You say you were recording an experiment.
Certainly. Please do.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Here it is. Cylinder.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to. My archive. A map of London and the surrounding area. Miss Margaret White, we are in possession of sufficient evidence to accuse you of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Gentlemen, you were wrong, and it will be easy to prove my innocence.
Ебать.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have? Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
Well, and forget about the dinner. Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Доставили в Ярд.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Mr. Holmes, what is...
Улики. Давай. Тут у
These
нас
cigarettes are filled with
ничего интересного.
a
Яблоко,
cheap
часы.
watch bought with it. A cheap watch. So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught. It seems as though the shell... Two out of the 6 shells have... Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to...
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly...
My brother?
Sherlock.
Oh, blimey.
Увязывается драки с под глазом. Импульсивен, Значит, он не обдумывает, что он делает. Хищный шарф делает костюм, не пыльный работник, клерк. Стажировка, сидел в тюрьме, совершил преступление.
Good. Tell me your...
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me.
So you might still have had time.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. He was holding a gun in his hand, though.
Interesting.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man stand. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police, and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded, but I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess.
A thrilling account, my... Leighton, are you...
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too... Nothing so special. He was...
I see.
No. But perhaps... It's strange, but...
We shall see you soon, young man.
Of course, we shall.
Holmes, poor little Wiggins needs our help.
Locked.
Так, что тут у нас?
A fairly long pole with a forked end.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now.
Good evening.
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Abelard, but then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statement.
Of course, Mara.
The two men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercott.
Are you spoken?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that...
So, Constable Marrow.
I was standing at the north side.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me.
Please.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's... I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel...
What were the fireworks?
Well,
yes, I appear to have lost... Did you...
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were...
Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were...
I saw nothing but rats, and
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window?
Yes, I saw that the window was open.
Constable, your statements have been of great...
Интересное название. Ему прострелили башку.
The bullet struck his... This is an ordinary... A piece of wood that has stuck. He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. The bullet penetrated his...
Ужасная рана.
A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must... Brian Vercotti and Leighton Chapman. Brian Vercotti.
Очень страдал.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes.
Excellent.
Дед в обычной одежде. Есть какая-то медаль. Не хватает пуговиц. Бедняк, не обязательно может ему просто лить. Нужна поддержка в больных ногах хромота.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone?
No, I saw no one but that.
Were the 2...
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second...
That is... Mr. Turner, what were your...
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
Mrs...
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock.
Well...
Could you...
Yes. I was selling my flat, but then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark.
And...
I screamed as loud as I could. He had no time to escape. Then another constable came out from the very same...
Mrs...
I'm not sure.
Did you see anyone else?
No, sir. I did...
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell. This mirror is turned towards Half Moon Street. Locked. Locked.
Разные выстрелы и револьвер. Выстрел показался разным, потому что их было три сначала. Одновременно выстрел показался разным, потому что их сделали из разных частей. Показания Лейтона. Общее заключение. Человек, описанный под воображение, созданный, чтобы оправдать себя. Обязательно. Револьвер и двое убитых. Кто-то там. Двое убитых. Темное окно. Миниатюрное. Вместо окна до прибытия, однако это противоречит показаниям, кто не видел никого в окна. Показания Лейтона и общее заключение. Револьвер Лейтона, общее заключение. И револьвер. Убийство указывает на то, что любит Лейтон, чем пока что не, с моей точки зрения, вообще ни на что не указывает.
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes. Oi.
Please.
Please.
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like...
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time...
You were willing to risk your life?
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
Бред.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized... You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. You came to know him from your sharing...
God.
Would you...
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined...
You were quite young then.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released...
And...
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in...
So you...
Yes.
We shall see you soon, young man.
По мотивам личной вражды? Вряд ли. Там получается либо дед пиздобол, либо еще что-то. Там будет скидка на то, что дед типа долбоёб и так далее.
What's up with you, lad?
I'm waiting for my brother to...
You're...
The one that you caught.
Ah.
He ain't killed...
What's your mouth, lad?
I am unable to see any higher. I need... This should be useful.
Yeah. This should...
This is most definitely a bullet hole. Watson, there was a third shot fired.
Ну что, дед?
Mr. Turner.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner.
Well, I think Constable Marrow, we could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean?
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner.
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly. This kitchen knife. There are pieces of shredded paper. This kitchen knife was...
Anything else you would...
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had. The dead... Brian... Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crimes.
Значит, дед нам пиздит.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
This fire is dying.
Жена его мага.
The papers are almost in... These words are... The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
Он был там.
So, Mr. Turner broke his stick. The books on this shelf are in a mess. Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
Как-то так. Перемотка очень здорово.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found.
Ну что ж, мистер Turner, prepare your ass. Ёпта.
I can see prints from
Убеди, какая ирония.
Well now, what a find. A precious jewel
Ожерелье.
concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head.
Забираем с собой. Ну что, дед?
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced...
Well, I'm able to move very quickly despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
Блять.
Well, I'm able to move very quickly despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something.
And what of everything else that you told us?
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Mr. Turner, you were not...
But Mr...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might...
I can...
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. But you also noticed a glittering You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of That broke your walking stick. It caught fast. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do... When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little...
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal, I believe.
That's why it's better to stay at home.
Constable,
It would be...
I would like to make sure that there are no...
All right, miss.
Take your lamp and start...
Under... No, this is not how I walked at the time of the crime. I was... I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
No, this...
Да как же так?
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Yeah.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr.
Бакер-стрит.
That is not... That is... That is... Here it is. I need to continue my research in my arc. Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler.
Мы отправляемся в Ломберт.
Mr. Butler's key. These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Да, все так.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks. The ram's heads. It looks as though...
Why are you looking at me all the time?
I'm just watching you.
People.
Yes.
I.
Oh, no. Then where did you get whatever it is?
What ain't seen can't hardly...
Constable Marrow, what?
I'm listening, Mr.
I want to check.
But Holmes,
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I
understand.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5...
As you say, Mr.
Let us begin.
Let us begin.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
The moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow. The streetlights fall... This wall is cast in shadow.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes,
Gentlemen, I am on my way.
On my way to one by kill.
These shards of glass are from... Someone broke through the window to get in. It's... a cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Мотив грабеж. Baker Street. Так.
Let us take a close... It is not a thread, but a... I need to compare this sample with a human hair and... Watson, could you...
Here you are.
Watson, look.
Where? I don't see it.
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. Human hair... The horsehair is thinner than the hair. So, this black hair from a large and...
Работает цирковой акробат.
Wiggins is currently at Half Moon Street.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd better...
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr.
Oi.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very...
I knew it, Miss...
But for now...
Anything you...
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
Дедуктивный анализ. Следующим утром.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
And this is a young... And this... Duval brothers. A well-known... I believe that is exact...
Уже на месте выглядит.
Hey, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah, you don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah, I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh?
Возьмем, пожалуй, бандит.
I'd better wear a shabby hat.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes.
Thank you, Watson. That means...
are you?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see.
I've got it.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. Now, what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be
right.
I hope that no one saw you.
Of course not.
Glad to hear it.
This wooden barrel is... There is a spot on it. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Judging by the fractions and the barrels are roughly...
Похер. Бочки с похером.
This printing press is old, but still quite capable. From lambs into life. That's a picture of a contemporary... This poster was clearly made.
Damn.
There are... powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many... I am quite sure it is not.
Stop right there.
Are you Charles?
Maybe.
They say that I...
Do they now? We'll see Sherlock near the chunk.
На Лёху похож. Родина драгоценность. Точно.
I need to find out what's behind this. I need...
Ah.
Nigel Shirley.
Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one.
Well, he died. That's all right. The traitor has paid the... And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker.
It's all about the...
Osh, you fool. Now.
Us? Wait.
Billy Jenkins.
And what will I get?
We'll share the loot.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on the corner of Ladbroke Grove.
Deal. Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge. I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it. This cupboard is a...
Нет, не наверху. Все-таки внизу. Окей.
Several books. It seems as though this cupboard... So...
Easy.
What a surprise. Another lock. And I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might... Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught on... This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This should be useful. A solid... This door is a perfect means of escape in an... The door... The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. This works very well. There is no ladder. If anyone falls here... I wonder what this old chandelier is doing. I suppose... This should be useful. The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it. Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This should be... One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined. This should... This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. Takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here. Now, if a thief runs the traps for my circus, I can leave now. But I'll
Да они и попались.
Police! Police! Stop where you are! Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
You sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our Queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenist...
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
Don't move, you flim-flammer.
Зачем она вылетела? Странная херня. Надеюсь, эта хрень сохранилась.
Don't move, you flim-flammer.
Расположение стрелков. Перестрелка. Бесспорные улики. Грабеж.
Charles Foley, you will be severely...
You are...
Save your words for the gallows. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen...
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything. We are ruined shopkeepers. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that we are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from... But men, we are still. And we are merry. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear. The fear advised us to keep our bankers and politicians. And they push us to compete between each other. But in the end, they are the few. So we should not fear them. Our so-called... The time has come for our group to stand. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and... They're only papers, after all.
That is a radical step to take.
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they will be able to work for themselves. Together.
What you are intending to do is a...
How do you see justice, then? And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people? Our masters wouldn't... Will you let us...
Ну что, взорвем фондовую биржу?
When the law serves only the few, it can no longer be trusted. Every man is equal, and he has a right to choose his own way. And I shall not stop you.
So, you're interested in Russian literature?
Quite.
It is an interesting...
Really? I tried reading...
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, There were also a few words along the lines of... Tell me, Doctor, does my brother...
No.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart.
Well, I'm sure...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be... I should leave now.
Holmes, what...
The start of a new world. Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new...
Oh, right.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly.
Wait.
Появляется при каждой новой улике. Зачем он курит сигареты? Он же... Сити очень похожая вот эта вот хреновина на Шерлока Холмса.